Okay, I'm going to go ahead and start the subcommittee review of the education rules, those part of the education rules that we're tasked with that are going to be going before the State Board on April 11. And so this is not a subcommittee which is reviewing all 306 rules. That's not what we're doing. This is a subcommittee that's put together by the speaker for us to look at any rules which are coming up by way of the department that may impact policy or for us to make recommendations to GELCAR. The rules which we're dealing with today, in accordance with what we've received from the Board of Education, are 306.31 through .49. Those are the components within the ED minimum standards for public school approval, which are looking at curricular areas and those elements within that. We're not looking at all the business that's prior to that, dealing with number of courses, rules for classrooms or definitions, which are on the first page, and what is a graduation competency, what's not that. That is a later time. So what we're going to do is look at the information which we got directly from the department, which is put out by Julia Shea on behalf of the administrative rules. She's the rules coordinator over at DOE. If anybody needs a copy of what I have here, we have some extra copies if you'd like to, come up and get what we're going to be looking at. I have another, I think Representative Tanner, there's 4 people that are on this subcommittee. It's Representative Cornell, Representative Luno, Representative Cordelli, and myself. These appointments have been made by the Speaker's office. There is yours right there. Let's see, you have, those are your copies.
Thank you.
Right there. Yeah. And then they would get one of each of these. Right. Okay, so that would be that. And then here's another one of these right here.
Okay.
Oh, we did, Representative Hall, we got to make sure that, Balboni, excuse me, that Linda Tanner gets one. Did you get yours, Representative Tanner? There's 2 copies, 2 things. One, the order of events which they will be taking up by way of the State Board, and 2, the rules associated with those agenda items.
So, Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Yeah, thanks. Before we go into the review and discussion on the proposed rule changes, I was wondering if you could just remind us all what the process of, I guess the responsibility of this Rules Review Committee is, and also the responsibility of the accountability and the statutory Committee on Education Accountability and Oversight, and its responsibilities with respect to proposed rule changes prior to these changes being considered by JLCAR.
Yeah. Yeah. What we have before us today are the minimum academic standards for public school approval. And the Legislative Oversight Committee for Improvement and Assessment has responsibility for reviewing the academic standards. We passed legislation out of this committee earlier this year where we were looking to also have statutory authority through that committee, which would be the Oversight Committee, to also review the minimum standards for public school approval. Now, in accordance with 193E 2A, we have a section there which deals with curriculum where the general court every 10 years must look at what we're doing in terms of those criteria, substantive criteria for an adequate education, which are in the rules in the sections we're going to be looking at today. This is why we're looking at this today, simply because this is not a statutory or a standing committee that's been, in the you'll see on the web. This is a committee that's been put together by leadership to ensure that we can give some support to GELCAR when they review the rules after they've been, heard by the state board, and they come to GELCAR for their look. And GELCAR has not had, I would say, not the expertise, but they haven't had the time really to deal with the wide variety of departments and bureaus where these rules come from. And everything from Health and Human Services to criminal justice to the whole transportation, the whole 9 yards. And so they've asked now that these subcommittees, which are within the policy areas, look at potential rules which are being looked at by the state board and which will come to GELCAR, and give our thoughts in terms, do the proposed changes mesh with statutory law and policy that we are familiar with? So that is our task today. And I know that there's going to be issues today when we're looking at the word competency throughout this section. And we also have competencies defined in the section that we're not going to be dealing with today. The first part, when you see the definitions of that, and that's been one of the big concerns dealing with one of them with the 306s. We will be, as a education committee, having another meeting yet to be scheduled where we will be looking at the entire gamut of 306 before those rules go to GELCAR. And they have, just this past week, were presented to the state board. So now that that's occurred, we will have folks that were involved in the writing of them. In fact, I even spoke with one person yesterday that represents the Business Industry Association at the Advisory Council for Career Technical Education, was explaining some of the things which went on with 306. So what I'd like to do right now, does that explain where?
I think that does a lot of it, Mr. Chair. The one other thing I'd ask that you mentioned, though, and you just sort of touched on it, is the action that the state board may have taken last week with respect to the proposed rules. I don't know if that constituted the state board approving the changes to the academic standard.
I wasn't there. I didn't participate in that. That was a hearing. I don't think I'm just surmising. I don't believe that they actually approved those.
A vote, okay.
There was no vote taken.
Okay.
And this portion of the package comes up, and as you'll note on the second page, the second piece of paper, it's actually page 3, where you see the information that's provided by the Administrative Rules Coordinator. Mm-hmm. The deadline for submission of materials in writing, if practicable, for the agency in the electronic format would be April 30th. Public hearing is scheduled for April 11, 2024 at 1 o'clock over at Granite State College, Event Center. Mm-hmm. So we're actually looking at this component right here prior to that. And if we have recommendations, I will certainly share those recommendations with the department and also with GELCAR. Okay, and then finally on as we're sort of laying out a timeline of for lack of a better word, state or bureaucratic administrative actions towards these rules. 193E2A Roman 4C says the state board shall not amend any existing academic standards, so now we're talking academic standards, and shall not approve any new academic standards without the prior review and recommendation of the Legislative Oversight Committee established in 193C8. C:8A, which is the oversight committee you were just referencing that you chair. That's been the issue that we have had. We're contesting that we have that authority to review these in accordance, this component right here, in accordance with 193(2)A in the Roman numeral you're speaking to there. Right, prior to state board action on That's what we're doing right now through
Well,
this right here.
that's not what we're doing, because we're not, this isn't the 198 C8A committee.
That's right,
This is
exactly.
this is an ad hoc
another
rules
committee,
committee.
so
Right.
we're gonna take it step by step.
It's the same people, or many of the same people.
Yeah,
The,
yeah.
The C8A,
Yeah.
the C8A committee also includes members of the Senate, right?
Yeah, yeah.
So-
But do you notice the date on this, April 11th? That's when they're hearing it. That's not where they're taking action.
Right, but,
And so that's later on, where they have the electronics can be, information can be submitted up to April 30th.
sure,
So then they have to schedule this. Now, they're on a time frame similar for this portion as they are for all 306.
but just,
And it's going to go through to almost like July.
okay, just my point is that the C8A Legislative Oversight Committee will have to vote and make a recommendation prior to state board acting on these standards.
When we put that in the calendar, we're going to be going with the full package of 306 at the
Right.
same time. That's when we will also, be making recommendations to that oversight committee, where then that committee will meet and go forward.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. Okay, so let's start right at the top of this with the first bullet there with 306.31 regarding the arts education is being readopted with the amendment and replaces the word program with curriculum and amends the language so the school board is providing a curriculum that is consistent with with competencies in earlier sections of ED 306. A lot of this language is going to be repetitive as we go through. So looking at that, you also have a copy of the rules, and I've been informed that the rules which we're addressing are not those which were proposed yesterday or the last week in this section area. They're not supposedly touching this section. So
Mr. Chair,
Yeah.
you're right, going through these first, the first page, there's a lot of program replaced, and the second page, a lot of program replaced with curriculum. I guess, what is that? Why did they do that, and what does it mean?
I don't work for the state board.
Well, is there somebody from
Well-
the department that could address that?
If you look at the website for the department, I'm going to try to bring that up right, the State Board of Education. You can also see when this is posted here, they're also referencing the rules as introduced. For this
I don't
section.
know what that means.
Okay,
The rules as introduced?
the initial proposal
Oh, okay,
right here,
okay.
the one that I provided you.
Yeah, we've got that.
Yeah.
The February 15th, 24.
Yeah.
Right.
So that's what we've got to.
But I think it would
reference
still
back
be good to know what, if the moving parts here are essentially a program being replaced with curriculum, why did they do it and what does it mean? I mean, if it's a change that doesn't make a change, then why did they make the change? I think that there must be some sort of intent and meaning for the change.
That could be a question we put down as one of our concerns. Why changing the issue dealing with program and curriculum, replacing program with curriculum? Is that contrary to anything we have in statute?
That's a good question.
That's the question that we have to ask.
Mm-hmm.
Because if it doesn't conflict with statute, then a recommendation would be the gel card, we don't have a problem.
Right.
Right.
So,
So we need to be also referencing our statutes. And
so is the outcome of this meeting going to be, since there's nobody from the department here, right? So,
right,
so is the
They're-
outcome of
they're
this
all-
meeting going to be
They are here. There's a slug of them downstairs right now testifying on to the Senate Ed.
Okay, but they're not here in this meeting, so.
Yeah.
So is the outcome going to be questions that we put into a memo that goes to the department, that our ad hoc rules committee is going to?
One of the questions I do have, Dave, is Representative Luno.
That's okay.
Is that we reference the word competencies throughout these changes here, but the definition of competencies early in 306 is not in accordance with statute.
Okay.
And if you look at the statutory definition and then you look at the definition that's going to be in ED 306, they're different. And that's something that as a subcommittee working for JELCAR right now or submitting to JELCAR, we should note that.
Mm-hmm.
There should be a statutory reference for everything we're doing.
So Mr. Chair, are we going to prepare a report following this meeting that will go to DOE for answers and also go to JLCAR?
The way that our task has been, we are responsible for submitting directly to JELCAR, to the chair of that committee with concerns which we have. I'm assuming they could be CC'd also to the department for them to, you know, if we have those concerns, yes.
How's that report going to be prepared?
Oh, it'd have to come out of here. I'd have to write it with all the changes which we're going to note today.
Okay.
Yeah. So let's start working on it.
Okay.
Okay. I want to open up my computer so I can reference where we are in terms of.
So, Mr. Chair,
Yeah.
this short 2-page thing is a summary of this bigger thing that we,
Yes.
Okay.
It's supposed to explain what's being done on each
Okay.
area.
thank you.
So we want to look at first at that first area there, ED 306.31. And then looking at what we have here. So I guess the question, what's the difference between curriculum and program?
So I think that's a question. Also, when you looking at the whole sentence, the local school board shall used to be require that an arts program, an arts education program for grades 1 through 12 provides. And so now the word require has been removed. The local school board shall provide an arts education curriculum.
And the summary says may be included. So it may be included, but it doesn't have to be
Yeah.
included, so they can just leave it out if they want to.
Yeah. And does curriculum include instruction? Because program sounds like it would
No,
include
no.
instruction.
They're separate.
All right, so maybe one definition here is that program is curriculum plus instruction. And that's being, so the instruction part is being jettisoned.
As you recall, when we passed legislation earlier this year with the curriculum frameworks, the curriculum frameworks serve as a guide. We also incorporated in the language of that bill that the curriculum frameworks also reflect the academic standards.
Right, but the frameworks are something that comes from the Department of Education.
From the state board.
From the state board to assist school districts in developing their curriculum.
Their curriculum.
The locals are responsible for curriculum and instruction. So the state board's not responsible for instruction, but these are the minimum standards for public school approval, and schools provide both curriculum and instruction. And it seems like the approval standards now are eliminating the instruction part and just going with the curriculum part. And that leaves I don't know I don't know how the instruction happens, and I don't know how where the learning happens if all you're
See,
leaving the schools with
that-
is the set of
This
encyclopedias.
is part of the conflict which we have, and we've dealt with this over the years. Yes, these local school districts have authority for instruction. The scope and the sequence of when they teach these skills, Representative Cornell School might want to teach something in the 9th grade, Representative Lunos might do it in the 10th grade. That's part of the sequence of how they do things in those schools. But then when we align those with an assessment tool, the assessment tool is identified in conjunction of being, teachers have to review it. That's within the law as well. A number of folks have to review it, but that's given at a certain grade level for all schools. So that's been the conflict I've always had, is that that statewide assessment may not always be assessing what has been taught at a particular grade level. And maybe the following year, the next year, that the kids are now proficient in grade 10 rather than taking something in the previous grade level or any grade. I just picked a grade 11.
But Mr. Chair, I mean, I think you're introducing statewide assessment so
Well,
let's,
so an instruction though is separate from curriculum.
no, I understand that. But going back to the word that's been removed from this is the word program. And just a few moments ago, I was sort of, considering that, well, program is curriculum plus instruction, but you just introduced another important term, assessment. So program curriculum plus instruction plus assessment. That would sort of compromise that would comprise a program. And so are we now leaving instruction and assessment out of the minimum standards for school approval? It's a question.
Yeah.
And I know we're using 30631, but I think it almost applies to everything that's on the summary sheet here.
Oh, exactly. This is the issue. And curriculum has always been a local control issue. You establish whether you're going to, if you're looking at a textbook, whether you're going to use Houghton Mifflin or Silver Burdette or some other manufacturer that most of them McGraw-Hill. That's your business as a school district. The academic standards are what you have to teach. That is what has to remain constant.
I get that, but what's being proposed here as a change is replacing the word, in addition to other things, is replacing the word program with the word curriculum. So, if, and I don't know if this is true, if program is curriculum plus instruction plus assessment,
I'm
and
going to pass out to you the final proposed draft of the whole 9 yards, and we can look at the definitions here
Yeah.
and see what they have.
that's helpful. So where do we find the definition?
Well, it'd be right on the first or second page. Curriculum's at the base. And see, they referencing curriculum meaning as defined in 193E2A,
Right.
Romans 6. Item C. I have more copies of those if folks would like to have those. See,
E2A, 6C, I'm right here on it. Curriculum means the lessons and academic content taught in school or in a specific course or program. So
Yeah.
curriculum is part of a program. Curriculum means the lessons and academic content taught, so taught is instruction, right? In school or in a specific course or program. So that would sort of be consistent with how we parsed out what program means. That program includes curriculum plus
Instruction.
Right.
And if you look at
And I
the
would add
current,
assessment too.
right, if you look at 30614, the current rules which is basic instructional standards, the local school board shall require that each school has an instructional program, which includes policies on homework, promoting students, et cetera. It doesn't get into content
Yeah, that's,
or curriculum.
where in 30614 were you looking?
Right
That's on the
top.
Xed out stuff, the line?
No, I'm sorry. It's, yeah, I'm looking at the current one. I don't know.
Or you're looking at.
I'm looking what
Current.
was just handed out. Yeah, yeah.
Which page are you on, Glenn? On the current,
Of the current,
yeah,
on the
or the
proposal is
final
on page
proposal,
9.
on page 9.
That's what I'm looking at.
That's crossed out.
Yeah.
Mike, can you go back on what you just said?
Yeah,
Had a headache.
basically, it's what's crossed out on page 9 of the final proposal draft. 30614, basic instructional standards. Local school board should require that each school has an instructional program which includes the various policies listed under that.
It's a lot of alphabet soup here. The instructional standards, that we tried to eliminate all the references to standards to academic standards. We have instruction, period. And you look at the definition of instruction, which is on the front page or the second page, means deliberate and strategic approaches to facilitate student learning.
Mr. Chair, I'm not
Yeah.
I've never been a teacher. But instruction doesn't stand on its own. Curriculum, let me say it another way. It seems to me that a program would, a program in calculus, let's say, would include a curriculum, would include instruction, and it would include assessment.
Correct.
And you could almost replace the word program with course or class.
Well,
You know,
for
and you'd have
example, like
these
CTE,
components.
a program is a program of studies leading to that certification in the skill area that we want as the outcome is. So you may have 3 or 4 or 5 different courses that are part of that woodworking program.
Yeah. Yeah.
If you look at, I'm looking at the initial proposal, page 4 for CTE. In B1, this is page 4, based on program is crossed out and is changed to curriculum-specific competencies, which all fall under the CTE program.
Where are you looking?
What
Where are you-
page?
Page
you on?
4, page 4 of the initial proposal,
Oh,
not
okay.
the,
Okay.
not the revised.
Not the revised.
All right.
Okay, we're all going the wrong way here.
All right. So
The initial
Yeah.
proposal from February 15th.
So now this is very interesting. Now this is really showing where the word program is getting replaced with the word curriculum.
Right, because curriculum and
and so-
competencies go hand in hand, right?
No, curriculum is curriculum. Competency is assessment. Is part of assessment.
Okay,
Competency is where you have that bar to ascertain whether a student has met the academic standards.
That's assessment.
right. So then under B there, it says an approved CT program shall be one that, and number 1, it replaces, makes it based on curriculum competencies. Okay, there's competencies, there's program, and then down in 4, implements third-party assessments.
Okay. So all right.
So you've got, under program, you've got curriculum, competencies, and assessments. Right,
I understand we're all talking about programs, implication, curriculum, instruction, assessment, and competencies. But program, if we're using the final draft as the Bible, program's not defined. It's the definition we're making. I'm on page two, Rick, are the final. It's not there. We're guessing what they mean by program.
But we don't have to guess
don't see it.
what's being changed here. Curriculum-specific competencies could be, pick in this particular section, the CTE class. So whether it's a culinary arts class, being able to demonstrate that you know how to perform something to meet a competency in that curricular area. So in that case, you're not even talking about curriculum. You're not talking about instruction. You're only talking about assessment in item 1, B1 under 30633,
If I may,
based on curricular specific competencies.
If I may, the final draft on page 1, when you get the competencies, exactly what it says. Just says apply to develop specific style learning, doesn't apply. It says assessment.
Where are you there?
I'm back on page 1.
Of which?
Final draft.
Of the
Final competency. Exactly what you're saying, all it says is apply.
Where on page 1?
Under 30602, under skill definitions, under competency. Exactly what you're saying, we'll be able to apply as a result, that's assessment.
Yeah.
Applying is a form of assessment.
That's what this is saying, competency, according to this new definition, competency is applying a specific set of instruction. Applying, that's a performance assessment.
Right. So
That's an authentic performance assessment, that's what that is.
So to your point, Representative Woodhull, curriculum is, there's the curriculum. It's just a bunch. It's a thing. Instruction is, now what do you think? We're gonna read through this. We're gonna talk about it. We're gonna learn about it. We're gonna really understand it. That's the instruction part, right? So it's not just, here you go, there's the curriculum. And then the assessment is the, okay, how well do these students understand the curriculum and how can they demonstrate that? I mean,
Knowledge and skills are very important, and so is teaching, because teaching is instruction. It's teaching is being able to bring all that together.
could I ask, Mr. Chair, could Representative Tanner join us?
Well, she can.
I mean, she's not on the committee.
She's not on it.
but
She
this
can
is a
sit
com-
at the table.
But this is a discussion, so,
But there's three components that we got to have a line. Curriculum, instruction, and assessment.
totally agree.
And that's
Can we
been
call
there for
downstairs
years.
and have someone from the department who did this come?
down there,
Yeah.
but she's really not.
She's not, no, there's nobody else, there's no one
Yeah.
from instruction down there?
No,
But could Representative Tanner join?
she's
at least-
welcome
at
to
least
sit up
so
in a
she's
chair,
like
but she's
mentioned.
not gonna be part of the sub, like, Steve's not a member of the, but he's sitting here with us.
Yeah.
And so they could sit right here if they
Yeah,
wanted to. In fact, that's been offered to them.
Yeah.
I think maybe
their input
program
should be
isn't
relevant.
defined because they've taken it out and they're not using it. So there is no definition of program because in the new rules, they're not using program. So they don't have to define it because it's gone.
So what you do is you set the competency based, you set rules, which are little parts of the learning.
Mhm.
that
Where's
some
the
of them
definition of
include knowledge,
curriculum?
some of them include
In the
skills.
book,
And all those rules
Yeah.
lead up to the overall.
what a student should be able,
And
to
so
know and do.
competency
And it is an
is
assessment,
Right.
that
right?
find all those.
E2A,
Some action.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's how competency based.
Okay.
Yeah.
They're taking out.
Yeah, there
is
it
the
is.
knowledge and skills. So that all you have to do is if you can tie a knot, then it says that we've had instruction and, you know, different kinds of.
Could,
We
Could
really
you talk
don't
about-
have standards for instruction. That's a local issue.
As
You
is
know,
curriculum.
we have curriculum defined here, we have, academics defined in your law books on page 560.
but
But
I guess,
instruction is something you can go to a classroom, you see different forms of instruction just about any class you go into.
I understand that, but I guess by removing instruction from this, does that mean that public schools don't have to provide instruction?
Is instruction being removed?
Well,
Or
the
is it
word
being
program is being replaced by curriculum. And again, I'm going back to my theory here that program is, as it's used in a, must provide a program, that it's a combination of it's curriculum plus instruction plus assessment. And if we're replacing program with then curriculum, with the word curriculum, then we're leaving out instruction and assessment
Instruction is on the next page.
Yeah,
page two.
but
of,
it's on the second page. You,
Proposal, I'm sorry.
you have instruction, instructional time. That's time on task stuff that we've all, as teachers, been familiar with. You know, engaged time versus seat time.
Instruction means deliberate and strategic approaches to facilitate student learning.
you're looking on this.
The final proposal, I'm sorry.
What crossed out is the act of teaching, the act or practice of teaching. That's what's crossed out.
This just says facilitate student learning, so you could say, go read pages 10 through 12, 15, and you're facilitating their learning because you're telling them what to do, but you're not teaching them anything.
Yeah, so it's not so this,
But you're facilitating student learning. Isn't that teaching?
Well, it's
No.
it's part of teaching. It's not. You can lead a horse to water, but you can't make him drink, kind of thing, you know? But some people can get him to drink with the teaching.
yeah, so would you say that teaching includes content, expertise, pedagogy, and facilitating?
Yeah.
Oh, and maybe other things too, I don't,
And instruction.
and instructing, yeah. Teaching and, yeah,
That's why it was there in the first place, I think.
yeah.
I'm still mentions it here, not that we're.
And we do mention pedagogy in statute in places. But we don't define it.
I'm honestly, Mr. Chair, I'm blown away by the degree of change being proposed here. That this isn't just sort of administrative cleanup or housekeeping, clarifying rules. This is a absolute turn public schools, turn teaching upside down. And
No, I don't,
I'm
I
really
don't agree with
concerned
you
about
totally
this.
on that. We've had competencies built into our instructional processes for years.
yeah, I'm not
And-
criticizing that.
So we're looking at a competency-based educational program.
So as I was trying to explain to Dave, in at least when I was doing it, the competency based consisted of rubrics that the teacher developed from the curriculum and also from assessment that were
No, it didn't come from curriculum. Curriculum is what you use for your instruction. It's like he just explained. Curriculum is that book right there. But we design the standards in which we're going to purchase that book. If that book doesn't mesh up with our standards, you're not going to buy it. You're going to get a curriculum that does reflect your standards. And your standards are what we base competencies off of.
And what I'm saying is in the classroom though, what happens is the teacher builds rubrics, which are specific knowledge points and skill sets that lead the student to an overall competency. And then the competency is bringing all those knowledges and skills together in a project that demonstrates, or some sort of essay or something that demonstrates that they can use the knowledge, the specific knowledges and skills within that curriculum. So to not have any of that notice, I guess, is saying that, okay, if a student says they can read a ruler and then they can do fractions, and they haven't had any instruction because that's a competency.
If I go back to the RSAs, right,
Yeah.
under 193E2A, it says in Roman 5A, the curriculum shall present educational goals, broad pedagogical approaches and strategies for assisting students in the development of skills, competencies, and knowledge called for by the minimum standards. It then goes on to define academic standards mean what a student should know and be able to do in a course at each grade level.
Mm-hmm.
Then curriculum means lessons and academic content taught in a school or in a specific course. And the final draft, their definition of curriculum points directly back to the RSAs. And just like is indicated in here, competencies mean a grouping of related academic standards. A student should be able to apply, there's that word, as a result of specific set of learning opportunities.
I think that paragraph's probably the crux of all this stuff right
So,
here.
right. I think that's important, but just sort of stepping back, aren't the components here, curriculum, instruction, and assessment? I mean, I'm not a teacher, so I know there's subcomponents and things and skills and, but at its most fundamental layer, you've got three things. You've got the curriculum, you've got instruction, and then you've got assessing
What the kids have.
well, yeah, have they mastered their competencies?
Right.
And I know there's, from my time on the board, you've got the formative and summative assessments, but I think that's more practicum than it is the sort of the fundamental fundamental thing in education: curriculum, instruction, assessment. And
At the local level and standards at the state level.
absolutely, and again, getting back to if what the current rules means using the word program are the combination of those three things: curriculum, instruction, assessment. Replacing the word program with just one of those terms leaves the other two out. And I'm wondering, is that the intent of these rule changes, that the state is now shifting its focus away from education to just content, curriculum?
I don't get that.
Well, because they're replacing the word program with curriculum.
But if we go back to the initial proposal, the first one we were looking at, 30631, everything that's described there is more curriculum rather than a program. You could say that there should be a program on arts education, but here the rules are really defining what's components that should be in the arts education. For instance, we've talked about arts really includes dance, music, theater, etc. And that's spelled out here. So that's part of the curriculum,
But it still says which may include.
right?
So it may not include. So all these things that, yes, they are important, but they may be included. If they crossed out provides and write in which may include. Right at the top.
Yeah. So when you use may include, is that essentially saying These are just examples, but you don't have to do any of this. And it's not really even a rule if it's a may, right?
When you change provides to may include, it's a
Doesn't
different
matter.
thing.
Yeah.
Each doesn't, you don't have to provide.
Or is this being considered permissive? Like you may do these things?
Then in part two, they have will provide.
I was just looking for the word program in statute. And I'm not finding it.
Hmm.
But I do just see curriculum used often.
Well, I haven't been able to find the definition of program either, but it's currently used in statute, so I would put it out there. What is the intent of the use of the word program? And I think it's got a meaning that that includes. I think it's got a more comprehensive meaning. I think it's more than just curriculum. I think it includes instruction and assessment.
Well, according to what they have here in that paragraph that in 193(2)(a), Roman 5, it's saying that curriculum includes pedagogy.
What page are you on?
560. Curriculum shall present, let's see, I'll jump here.
Curriculum shall present education
Educational
goals.
broad pedagogical approaches. Now, years ago, I'll date myself, there was concern that schools weren't teaching science properly. So they came up with programs like ESS, which were inquiry-oriented science. You get a box of materials, and then the students were able to inquire and build and project and apply. So that was also the curriculum. Another one was SKIS. And so at that point in time, the program included these components, and the assessment component was being able to do.
Mhm.
Not a test. It was being able to
Yeah, well,
perform.
yeah.
And that's dating right back to the 1970s.
That's in elementary school.
ESS SKIS program is inquiry-oriented science and put out by the National Science Foundation. And Department of Education was really pushing it too when it became a department on a federal level. So at that point in time, the program included all that.
Right. That's
And-
sort of what I've been saying.
And so I'm not understanding why we're taking the terminology out of here and then writing a definition for program, which shall include or be part, your program's going to have all those three basic components
Mhm.
to ensure it's being taught.
Yeah. Leave program in and provide a definition for program.
And somebody needs to explain that one to me, why it's
Okay.
not there.
Yeah. All right.
So I think that might sort of sum up what we're trying to deal with here today, because we can go around and around, and
Yeah.
it's like education noted for the alphabet soup.
And I agree with you, Mr. Chair. I think Roman 5 on page 560 has a lot of the alphabet soup in there. Where it talks about curriculum, including pedagogy. I mean, is that? Okay.
Yeah, it talks about goals, the whole nine
Yeah.
yards. Skills, competencies, knowledge.
Mr. Chair, I know I'm not on the committee, but I'm listening to the Luno description of program being CIA. When you look at on 5 the 3 on 160, when it talks about curriculum, it says, or specific course or program. Those are two separate things. I'm on the bottom page of 560 in the RSA 193, 193-2A. It's under 5 that Dave was just talking about. When they define curriculum, lessons and academic content taught in a school or in a specific course or program. So that's not, the program is not the same as the one we were just using as the CIA, as the oversight of education, curriculum instruction and assessment. This is 3 different things. You have a course and you have a program. And I know I'm not on the committee, I'm just saying.
That last sentence in Roman 5 on that same page, I think tries to addresses what I was trying to say at the very beginning. It's up to the local district, the local teachers, the local school board, the local administrators decide what our instruction is going to look like, what the scope and sequence of presentation of the curriculum is going to look like. And it says it all right here. It says it is responsibility of local teachers, administrators, and school boards to identify and implement approaches best suited for students in their communities to acquire the skills and knowledge included in the curriculum, determine the scope, organization, and sequence of course offerings, and to choose the methods of instruction, that the activities and the materials to be used.
That's an excellent part of that. That's a good part of that paragraph. I think the preceding language in that paragraph is a little bit,
Well, it's just
word
a
soup, but-
conglomeration of everything.
Yeah,
But
but-
down here, it says specifically, and if you go back to the beginning of 193E, it says it's a shared responsibility.
Mm-hmm.
However, curriculum instruction is a local responsibility.
Mhm.
Now,
That part
through
is not-
rulemaking, are we now starting to shift curriculum to ownership by the state? By putting it in rules? Just a question. Because we've always had curricular frameworks, which are guidelines.
right.
We've never said, this is your curriculum. We don't have a state curriculum here. We're not New York State. We allow flexibility. You pick the curriculum to teach the required academic standards. And see, the competencies is that assessment. And the question we've been raising as a policy committee, I have been for years, is that how do we know that our statewide assessment is actually assessing properly what we teach? In reading and language arts, probably so. But maybe not in other areas. That's why we don't have a state assessment in social studies and science. We have the national stuff.
So what is it that we need to find out here, Mr. Chair?
Well, I think because as I mentioned, when we started out here, there's some things that are going to reference back into the rules as being proposed. Competencies and curriculum and taking out program, which are now impacting the area that we're responsible for here. So we can say this looks good, but then it's going to be governed by what's up front. So I guess that is the concern I have, is that why the need to change from, program to curriculum?
Definition of competency. Guide versus teacher.
And definition of instruction, but that's not our charge here, but it will be down the way here.
I don't like it when they change provides to may include or shall to may, because,
Where are you right now?
well, right at the first paragraph of page 1 of
On the initial proposal.
the initial proposal,
Okay.
where it changes curriculum from program and then, which may include instead of provides. And I think, well, this is a new one, but reading the old one, there were a lot of shalls that got changed to mays.
But if we're making the change to curriculum, right, that goes back to, that's a local responsibility also.
Yeah, but I mean, so local responsibility is a responsibility issue. Minimum standards is here's what each local school board is responsible to at least do. It sets a hard deck as to what every school board is responsible for. And when we change that from a required, shall require that an arts education program. So I'm reading from the crossed out stuff in grades 1 through 12 provides, and it lists all those things. So now it's saying that that it no longer has to include these things.
Well, it says may include,
Right.
for example, like technology in the art program. You don't have to have it, but you're required to have a arts program, arts curriculum. It says right up top, the local school board shall provide an arts education curriculum, shall.
Right.
Now, the
Well,
things
shall-
that you choose to, within that program is something that's your choice, and you may or you may not want to do that.
So we're going from a program that was required to provide these. I'm just looking at the very first, but I think it's the same conversation, everyone. These first 7 areas, no longer requiring them, school boards, to do those 7 areas as a minimum standard. But these are examples of things you could do. Is that how that's being read?
I think it comes down to our having to really get a good handle on what is program.
Yeah.
Program is that big umbrella. And then underneath that umbrella, you have those 3 components we talked about: curriculum, instruction,
and
assessment. And that's where the latitude is. You don't have any latitude as far as providing a program. You shall provide art.
Mm-hmm.
Within that, then you're going to, within curriculum, instruction, and assessment, provide those things, but you're going to also, you must address the academic standards associated with art. And that's why we're trying to get a definition somewhere, or not definition. We want to see the academic standards. I asked the question, I've asked the committee and the public here before, show me the academic standards. And the answer is the frameworks.
Mhm.
But we don't have frameworks. That's out of law right now. So we really can't really point to academic standards that the state board has approved those by way of the frameworks, but there's no statutory law now supporting those frameworks. And you look at the frameworks, can you find the academic standards within, or do you see something just like this page right here with a whole lot of words on it, but not specific academic standards? I may be off course here, but if I was a school principal, I'd want to know what are the academic standards for social studies or for math.
Well, or just sticking with the very first piece right here, because I think it applies whether you're talking, math or science or social studies. This first section is talking about arts education, and it's currently it requires a program that includes these 7 items. And I don't know if these are the 7 items that should be the minimum,
The only place you're going to see
Content
program
areas
is
in an arts-
underneath the definition of curriculum, and I
What?
wrote it when we put it in there. It says curriculum means lessons and academic content taught in school or in a specific course or program. So, and that was done a lot in conjunction with CTEs, believe it or not. because we have courses that lead to that program, the total program as a whole. The same thing happens with the teaching of reading in schools as well. So I see program as a larger component than the individual course. And I think in the top part where we see arts education program is accurate, what we have now. And then we get down into the curricular, instructional, and assessment stuff down below, where there's more flexibility for the district to teach and use.
So maybe, Mr. Chair, that's, you know, if we're going to take away not take away, if we were going to make changes to the statutes and the associated minimum academic standards, that providing some definition behind program and then specific definitions to curriculum, instruction, and assessment. And each one of those things has, you know, you can drill down into each one of those components, right? I mean, I don't know, but assessment, you'd have competency, you'd have other assessment.
Local assessment.
Yeah,
as well as
yeah.
State, you're not talking.
Yeah. And then you'd have the core content areas, which we've talked about before, Mr. Chair. The substantive educational content of an adequate education in E2A.
See the, on page 547. The reference it has to 193C2-3.
Where are you, Linda?
Page 547.
Turn on your mic, so, yeah.
Page 547.
Yeah,
Over under C3-3, which is the one that's, you know, in section 2 of this arts curriculum. It says the following criteria shall be used in the development of a program. The academic standards specify what students should know and be able to do, be clearly defined before assessment procedures and exercises are developed. And then it goes down through. Teachers shall be involved in designing and using assessment systems. So, as you said, assessment is a part of this, is a part of the program.
as part of the program.
Yep, and it says academic standards specify what students should know and be able to do.
I'm looking at initial proposal, page 4, it talks about career technical education. B says an approved CTE program shall be one that program. It then talks about curriculum specific competencies. It talks about assessments and nationally recognized career cluster areas, agriculture, government, hospitality, etc., all underneath the program, right? Not get, then if you wanted to get into curriculum for hospitality, that would be something different. So I don't see any problem here in terms of it, as I think Chairman Ladd said, program is the umbrella.
You know, they're using the word program. The page that Representative Tanner just referenced, there is a definition for program. But they talk about that definition for the improvement and assessment component of this.
That's
So it's relevant to that chapter
Right.
we're talking about.
And if you were writing this like you did the CTE program, that on page 4 that you're just doing, where it talks about, you know, all the things in the CTE, and you're saying that people specialized in business and post-secondary education aligned with national industry standards, et cetera, on the top, in our public school systems, that would have been the frameworks where art people who are professionals in art education would get together and decide the necessary parts of that particular education, or music. I mean, to
kind of jam them all together is kind of hard because music is a little bit different. But, you know, here under CTE, you've allowed the different groups, the nationally recognized clear clusters, the groups within that to set out the standards. And yet with public schools, you've got all this other stuff that isn't specific. There's nobody from the arts. You know, it used to be that social studies teachers got together, people in post-secondary, whole bunch of, and they would make the frameworks and for the standards. And that's not done anymore, as far as I know.
Another point on the section in the initial proposal that Representative Cordelli was just referencing under CTE on page 4. The replacement of the word program with curriculum wasn't to replace program with curriculum, but it's being used as an adjective to describe the competencies. So it's assessment that's being discussed there. So whether those competencies are program-specific competencies or curriculum-specific competencies. And if program is the combination of curriculum, instruction, and assessment, then you know, curriculum-specific competencies would seem to be, because you're doing an assessment independent of instruction. Instruction is what facilitates getting from the curriculum to the assessment, right?
Yes.
That's the peanut butter and jelly between the two other parts. And so the assessment is to the curriculum, which would make sense to me, not being a teacher. Yeah, the fluffernutter. Yeah. The cookie.
Well, I think this element is just confusing in everything we're going to be looking at today.
Yeah. But I think what Representative Tanner has identified here is that not every time program is replaced by curriculum, does it do the same thing? In some cases, it's a clarifier. In other cases, it changes the meaning.
Now, they're using it two different ways here.
I feel like I'm stuck in traffic on Route 3.
I'm just watching the traffic go by my house at 10:30, 11 o'clock at night, bumper to bumper on Route 10.
9 o'clock last
Oh,
night.
really?
Behavioral, yeah, I went down.
Should have followed you,
I
Linda.
gotta remind people too, we have on Route 10 going through Haverhill Corner, there's a speed limit.
Not at night.
And that crew last night was doing 60, 70 miles an hour in a 35.
We've been sitting for 3 hours.
Yeah. Honestly, yeah.
Be quiet.
Yeah.
I guess
We're being recorded, so I'm not going to admit anything.
On the kettle black.
That's right.
Well, where are we?
Yeah, right.
Where are we going?
I think we got to come up with questions for the department, and
There's,
I think it goes back to the very first thing you were saying at the top.
yeah, I think there's real confusion here. And by putting curriculum on the top of all these things, it starts to me like we're starting to make inroads on local control.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, let's try to review a few things that we want to say. Program versus curriculum. Need definition.
Of both.
Oh,
Or both.
Yeah.
The definition of both, yeah.
Right.
so Mr. Chair, just some notes that I took. you know, how is program defined, talking about,
Yeah.
I like what Representative Woodcock talked about, the CIA, curriculum instruction assessment. Where program is being replaced with the word curriculum, what does that do in, you know, because I think it does different things in different places. And
And you
then,
could list an example such as 30631.
absolutely, yep. And then as 30631, but then also as we just talked about in 30633, replacing program with curriculum is just modifying the it's talking about describing the competencies and the curriculum-based competencies, not
Yeah,
program-based
on that particular
competencies.
section you're talking about, 0.33 on page 5, going down to number 7 there, offers approved CTE programs. Yeah, they have programs with, you know, with courses involved within. So we're using programs there as the umbrella.
As an umbrella that has programs underneath it.
Yeah, yeah.
Yes, yeah. So,
Yeah,
but then, Mr. Chair, you also talked about, is
yeah,
the,
yeah.
is the state taking on responsibility of curriculum as opposed to frameworks? You sort of pose that as a question. And then Representative Cornell had, you know, the changes from shall to may. What does that do to the minimum standards? What's that?
You're not setting a bar.
Right.
Well, I think the shall and the may, you shall provide a program.
Mhm.
You shall provide that. Within that program, you get the mays. But the statewide assessment is going to determine should be based off your academic standards for that program and the competencies which follow along where you are on those standards. So that I think there is a place for may. A lot of times we put in legislation such as or not limited to may. You know, they may not have a component of this, like I mentioned on number 6 there on the first page, crossing out the F, use technology as a way to create, perform, and respond in various art disciplines. You may not, as part of your art program, use technology. You may.
Or music.
Or music, yeah. That's a local decision.
But I would just like to know what they were thinking of when they did, why they did
Yeah.
that. Just, and it may be okay. I would just
Yeah,
like
yeah.
to hear why.
Okay, okay. Got that noted.
So if I came up to you and said, when a kid graduates from the school, what do you think they should know about art?
So that's a good question, but I don't think there's a requirement that every student take an art class, but there's a requirement for every high school to provide a program that meets the current minimum standards.
But now they have to take art. don't they?
Well, you'd have to go look at that chart on the 306 rules and see if, of the 20 required, credits,
Right.
is there something required in art?
Yeah.
I would venture there is.
For a graduation credit?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know, and
But-
graduation competencies differ from district to district.
So let's just love speculating here. But so if there was, let's say, a half credit graduation requirement for art, that it could be in any of,
Dance,
it could be in dance.
music,
It doesn't have to be in art history,
theater,
right? But it doesn't have to be in art history.
right.
But schools currently under the minimum standards are required to provide a program which includes each of these 7 components. So it doesn't have to be all within the same class, for lack of a, course, for lack of a better word. But the schools have to provide the opportunity for students to take a course that gets you these
Well, they guide the students.
Yeah.
You could give them the book, let them read it.
So in Manchester right now, they're required to have 4 credits of English, 3 credits of math, 2 credits of science, 2.5 credits of social studies, 1 credit of phys ed, and 1/2 credit each of art, computer, literacy, and health, along with 6 credits of electives. They're increasing that in 2027.
So the half credit in art that Manchester requires is not necessarily going to get a student who just takes that half credit, all of these 7 areas in there. But Manchester has to, but a student that wants to maybe have 4 out of their 6 electives also in art, they're going to be able to really extend into this. And that's where the student's voice and choice comes in.
And if you look at the first word in all the top 7 ones, this is systematic and sequential. You have, the words like create, perform, participate, analyze, recognize, relate, use, and become familiar. So those are what would guide you as to, how you would teach it, how you would set up your teaching, that you would want to include all 7 of those.
Okay.
I'm looking on at the final proposal on page 18, 19, 20, 21, where they're talking about high school curriculum credits and co-curricular programs. The local school board shall require that the curriculum content and learning opportunities developed for each high school outlines competencies.
That doesn't make much sense.
Doesn't make much sense, does it? But then it lists all these program areas or curricular areas. I understand what they're trying to do. They're trying to get a competency-based education moving in the state, which I don't have any objections to that. We shouldn't.
Yeah, I agree.
Like Val yesterday at the BIA, he's all for this competency-based.
We had,
That's what they want.
it was PACE.
Pardon me?
We had,
Yeah.
we had that,
Exactly.
but this doesn't go back to that program, I think. It cuts out rigor.
I don't think people can hear you
Oh, I'm sorry.
because
So we had PACE, which was implemented in a
Yeah.
lot of schools.
We got a waiver from the federal government.
Yeah, and
on
it was implemented in a lot of schools, and we had a lot of professional development on it. And then all of a sudden we did away with it. So some schools are still, a lot of teachers most teachers, I think, agree with competency based. And so, they're still doing a part of it. But why aren't we going back to what the frameworks of PACE set out?
I don't know if we got the exception from the federal government to do that. PACE is an assessment process. It's got the other two, yes.
It was also a national program that was then,
Well, it was developed in this state
yes, by us.
Paul Leather. Yeah. Alrighty, anything else on this?
So I guess we send our questions forward and then revisit.
I think that what we need to do is send them right now over to Nate Green and Company.
Mhm.
get a response and have them come back and we can meet again to chew on it. Pardon me?
Yeah, yeah.
Yes, yes,
Yeah.
yes.
I think Dr. Green would be a really good person to have here for this.
Yeah, we have a little bit of time on this.
Okay.
It says all the stuff about NAS, the New England
So,
accreditation,
Yeah.
the accreditation.
so just to wrap it up a little bit here. Program versus curriculum, we need definition of both of those terms. In terms of the 306 rules here. And we want to, on page 5, at the bottom of numbers 3, 8, and 9, the initial proposal, it talks about programs. But, you know, so how we're using program and how we're using curriculum, I think that's the crux of what we've been trying to do. Does curriculum include, which I don't think it does, instructional assessment? Does program include curriculum, the 3, curriculum,
Think it-
instruction, assessment?
I think
I
it
think
should.
it should.
And I think the word program in the old rules and in the statute said, I think program is not always consistent
Yeah.
on how it's being
Yeah.
used.
And then we also
so-
Representative Cornell's issue at the top with the shall and the may.
Right.
Is there anything else that's specifically that we'd like to get some answers on?
Versus teaching.
Yeah, I think
See-
that's, yeah.
See, this section of rules references the competencies back on ED 306.21 over and over and over again. And that was those pages I referenced a second ago. And then you go look at the definition of competencies. I think there's just a lot of misconnects here.
Yeah, Linda, I think you're talked about the definition of instruction as well.
Mhm.
Instruction, guiding,
Yeah.
versus teaching. So, just to follow up on Representative Cornell's, that in a couple places where it strikes out, like the local school board shall require a family and consumer science education, and instead, the local school board shall provide. That's the difference, you know, between requiring that a family and consumer science education curriculum or program be provided, and they just crossed it out and put just provide, that it's not required. That's part of the confusion.
Like on the initial proposal on page 15, we're talking about physical education, your bailiwick there, Representative Tanner. And under B, I guess it's a new B, it used to be 1 on page 15, systematic instruction and curriculum. Is that within the program? Or, see, we're using these terms differently throughout. It doesn't seem to be consistent. Okay. And the other thing, consistent with the competencies are based off of what? The academic standards? Where in the bar? Do you master or understand that standard? Where are the standards?
Mhm.
I could argue they don't exist.
Good question for them.
Yeah,
You're talking about competency standards?
I'm talking about academic standards.
Which are the So it should be the
That's
framework for
what's
competency.
controlling it all.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
What do you measure competencies against?
Yeah, yeah. And that's going back to the old frameworks, which you can't find them. You know, you can't find those standards specifically saying academic standards within the frameworks. So I got the impression that the standards are the frameworks. Yeah, which is confusing in itself.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, well, if you can think of any other questions, let us know so I can get this put together and get over to them right off. But I think the best person to come here would be Nate Green.
Mm-hmm.
Anything else?
Do we know who actually wrote these, or
Pardon me?
do you know who actually wrote these, or? No, okay.
I have no idea. I know there was a contracted service. But it's been, how long has this been? A year and a half, 2 years?
There's been a lot of versions since
Yeah,
that original.
Yeah. And see, here we're working off of a version which is the initial, and the other is the final.
Right.
are we going to get a side-by-side from Jen with
When we do the 306 as a total, we will,
the final,
Yeah,
with
yeah.
the
when we do that.
legislative stuff?
She's busy doing some side-by-sides now on individual Senate bills, which are coming in from various committees. And we have one coming down we're going to be looking at later today, which is a side-by-side for SB 378. SB 378 is one that's dealing with the performance-based school accountability system. I asked that we get a side-by-side for that. No, but it's something we need to discuss. No, that one's not scheduled, but it'll be handed out.
So, and then I think a final thing that would be helpful, Mr. Chair, I'm looking for my, on the two-pager that was, handed out, 2024-42, it's the notice number, minimum academic standards for public schools.
Yeah.
And on page 2, they have the date of the deadline for submission in writing of April 30th, public hearing on April 11th. That it would be good to see where the timeline would include this committee making its position or recommendations, whatever it's called, and then the statutory legislative oversight committee, the 193 E committee that you chair,
Yeah.
when it needs to be. I'm not looking for a specific date, but an order of operations that the state board had to do something to get these rules to us, these proposed rules to us, and then the ad hoc committee is meeting, has to do something. The oversight and accountability statutory committee has to meet and do something, and then the state board has to meet and do something, because the accountability and oversight committee has to do something before the state board votes for approval. That's actually in statute.
Of which approval of which?
Of academic standards.
Of academic
Of
yes,
which
yes.
some of these fall into
Are
that area.
academic, yes, that's
Fall into
right.
that area. Even the very first one we were looking at here, which goes from a shall to a may,
Yeah.
provide these areas, content
Yeah,
areas. And then following that, the state board can make an approval, and then it goes from there. But it would be good to see that step-by-step process and how that lines up. so that we're clear.
You know, also, we need to reference page 559 under 193E28, where it says the minimum standards for public school approval for the areas identified in paragraph 1, that's the substantive educational content of an adequate education, goes on, shall constitute the opportunity for delivery of an adequate education. The general court shall periodically, but not less than every 10 years, review, revise, update as necessary the minimum standards identified in paragraph 1. So we have a responsibility for looking at everything associated with those content areas right there.
Mhm.
And where they overlap in these standards right here,
Making sure that they're being met. Yeah.
make sure and when they're revised, they're still being met.
Mhm.
That's our responsibility. And that's why the bill was put forward where we're now including the minimum standards for public school approval. And I hope they're still being applied by DOE. Are, you know, a part of our oversight responsibility rather than just academic standards. And are receiving the authority to do that, not under the oversight committee, but right there on that page I just read. Yeah.
How can all these changes not have any fiscal costs? I was just looking at that fiscal impact statement. It says there's no difference in costs when comparing the proposed rules. It seems with all those changes, that's going to take a lot of
That's
local
why-
money.
That's why you have terms like may. Yeah. Okay, we ought to call quits here today. I
Yeah.
think we're just, we're searching. But I think we've got our basic questions so that we can get those over to Nate, have Nate respond to us, come back to this group again, and we'll go from there.
Great.
Okay,
Thank you.
good. We are done. I guess we're okay.
Yeah, with most of them, yeah.
Okay, I think we're ready to go ahead.
It's from Muriel 10 minutes ago. Oh, she just got home.
It's right here. Ogre.
Right, I was just wondering how the pronunciation, like if the emphasis is one different syllable. Like ogre.
Say it again.
Ogre.
10 times in a row. Ogre. No. Quiet. Very good. Okay, I'd like to welcome everybody to the House Education Committee today. Today we have several bills which we have up for executive session. I'd like to welcome Steve Bogert, who's sitting in for Kristen Noble. Welcome, Steve. He comes from Public Works and Highways. Now, what's that all about? Okay. Yeah, that's right. Their job was cut out for them yesterday. Okay, so what I'd like to do is go ahead. There are several bills which we're not going to be discussing today in case somebody in the public is here to hear us talk about those bills. We want to do a little bit more work on SB 217 and SB 340. 340 is communication between parents and schools, special education, and 217 is rural and underserved educator incentive program. We recognize the value of those bills, but there is some work we got to do. And in regard to 340, after we heard the audit report the other day, there may be some areas which we want to add on to that particular bill. So I'll start right out, well, in a second. Where do you go? Right here. Okay.
I was gonna sit my laptop.
Oh, I forgot your laptop. Okay. So before we get into specific bills, everybody should have in front of them some amendments which were passed out relative to 338. Everybody got an amendment for 338? The next one would be 374. That is a bill dealing with licensing of part-time teachers. No, there's no amendment for that, excuse me, no amendment for 374. Going on down, 441, that deals with the advisory group to examine potential funding sources for career technical education, capital improvements, construction and renovation. There is an amendment for that, 441. 443, we do not have an amendment for. 521, yes, we do have amending language for 521. That's educational credentials for a master teacher. And 528, the last one will be done today, trustees of the university system. There's an amendment for 528 as well. So those amendments you should have in your possession. I'm going to hand the gavel off to Representative Cordelli to introduce SB 338.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. House Bill 338 is next, and that is relative to the Education Professional Standards Board, and I call upon Chairman Ladd for a motion.
Yes, I'd like to make the motion OTP on SB 338.
Second by Representative Myler. Discussion?
Yes, I'd like to offer Amendment 1410H. That's an amendment for SB 338.
And
1410H.
is there a second for the amendment? Second also by Representative Myler. Representative Ladd, would you like to speak?
Yes, I'll keep it brief. We have a professional standards board in education for teachers. This board is comprised of 21 members, and as a member of the Advisory Council for Career Technical Education and recognizing the value of that program and how that is expanding and how it's so much needed in the state, The amendment on line 9 of 1410H states 9 members representing classroom teachers, education specialists, or instructional specialists. That's already in law, of which 1 shall be a career technical education teacher. And on line 13, 14, there's change there as well. After we had the hearing, we had this input as well, but this is phrased a little differently. On 11, line 11 says 9 members representing higher education, education administration, with at least 3 employed by a community college system in New Hampshire, member institution education department, or university system in New Hampshire, member institution education department, and with at least 1 employed as a career technical education principal. So by doing it this way, we're inserting the principal into the category it's dealing with administration, and we can keep the number stable at 21 people on the professional standards board, but we've been able to put all that 2 people recognize the importance in CT, career technical education, which is in all the schools throughout 25 centers in the state, and a couple of them outside in Vermont, and with instructors. The talent that we see there is really wonderful. I met with the advisory council yesterday. I see what's going on at Concord High in their CTE program. When I see folks coming out, one young man we talked to in terms of electrical engineering, what do you expect to get on an hourly wage when you graduate from high school? I expect to get around $60 per hour. And with overtime, I'm guaranteed over $100 per hour. That's where we want our young people going, getting that skill and knowledge, and that's why we need to have this on that board. Thank you.
Representative Myler, anything?
I'm good, he said.
Great, thank you. Any further comment by the committee? Seeing none, Madam Clerk.
There's a hand up.
Oh, I'm sorry. Representative Woodcock,
Thank you.
did you have something?
Yeah, it goes along with this morning, thank you. Just a question, Representative Ladd, on the part that says principal, career technical principal, are they classified as a principal or is it a director?
It used to be Director Steve Rothberg. It's no longer. He left, and they are splitting that governance apart. They're in the same building, but it's now principal. She is a principal of the CTE program. And with that, she is able to do much, much more with workforce, with manufacturing business in the area. And she's drawing from 13 different sending schools. As a principal, she has that credential,
Okay,
but she also has a background in business.
okay.
And so, yes, we do have people that are titled principal in these centers, and that's going to grow. Seeing that it's absolutely too much for where Steve was before, where he was vice principal / director. That was, it's like having the president of a college and provost in one person. It's too much.
Just to follow up, Mr. Chairman?
Follow up, yes.
The only, thank you, Mr. Ladd, Representative Ladd. The only thing I'd make, I was thinking about the other career CTE directors around the state. This would sort of preclude them and just make it just for the Concord one, if I read that correctly, that's all. I thought the intent was open up to that position of CTE director.
Steve Apple is here, you might have something.
It's already permissible to have other directors on that. In fact, I believe that they'd only have that board filled. Yeah. Do you want, your change?
Mr. Appleby, do you have a comment, some technical input for us?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon, everyone. And I apologize for dressing down. It's a little warm. Just come from shoveling snow a few days ago, and now it's 80 degrees. So the title for many years was CTE Director. The last time the administrative rule and endorsement was updated several years ago, at the request of the CTE directors, it was changed in our administrative rules to CTE Principal. So all individuals who held a CTE Director license, that the wording was changed to principal, because the requirements to be a CTE principal or director even before were all of the principal requirements and then additionally some business requirements. So they're all CTE principals today statewide.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for your input. Anything further? Madam Clerk, we can vote on the amendment, I believe.
Vice Chairman Cordelli,
Yes.
Representative Belcher,
Yes.
Representative Dry,
Yes.
Representative McDonald,
Yes.
Representative Bogert,
Yes.
Representative Peternell,
Yes.
Representative Cortella, yes. Representative Terry,
Yes.
Representative Myler,
Yes.
Representative Cornell,
Yes.
Representative Tanner,
Yes.
Representative Luna,
Yes.
Representative Heath,
Yes.
Representative Woodcock,
Yes.
Representative Hall,
Yes.
Representative Balboni,
Yes.
Representative Cascadden,
Yes.
Representative Damon,
Yes.
Chairman Ladd,
Yes.
19 yeas, 0 nays.
Chairman Ladd, do you have a further motion?
Yes, I'd like to make the motion that SB 338 be OTPA with the amendment being 1410H.
Any discussion further?
No further discussion.
Great. Anything from the committee? Seeing nothing, Madam Clerk?
Vice Chairman Cordelli,
Yes.
Representative Belcher,
Yes.
Representative Dry,
Yes.
Representative McDonald,
Yes.
Representative Bogert,
Yes.
Representative Peternell,
Yes.
Representative Cortiello, yes. Representative Terry,
Yes.
Representative Myler,
Yes.
Representative Cornell,
Yes.
Representative Tanner,
Yes.
Representative Luno,
Yes.
Representative Heath,
Yes.
Representative Woodcock,
Yes.
Representative Hall,
Yes.
Representative Balboni,
Yes.
Representative Cascadden,
Yes.
Representative Damon,
Yes.
Chairman Ladd,
Yes.
19 yeas, 0 nays.
Consent okay? Great. Chairman, back to you.
Thank you very much. So we'll bypass 340, go down to the next one, which is 374, licensing of part-time teachers, and I recognize Representative Belcher.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would move ITL.
Is there a second?
Second.
Motion made ITL by Representative Belcher and second by Representative Myler. Further discussion from the maker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll keep this short. Very simply, there was certainly some, during testimony and debate, some issues brought up with the possibility, at least, of a 30-hour threshold pushing some current full-time teachers, given the variable schedules, into a sort of weird status, possibly part-time. So certainly our portion of the committee would be more in line with a 20-hour threshold, as we have previously sent to the other side of the house, or other side of the wall, rather. Thank you.
Further discussion from the second?
Said well. Thank you.
Any further discussion? Madam Clerk, would you please call the roll?
Vice Chairman Cordelli,
Yes.
Representative Belcher,
Yes.
Representative Dry,
Yes.
Representative McDonald,
Yes.
Representative Bogert,
Yes.
Representative Peternell,
Yes.
Representative Cortiello, yes. Representative Terry,
Yes.
Representative Myler, Representative Cornell,
Yes.
Representative Tanner,
Yes.
Representative Luno, Representative Heath,
Yes.
Representative Woodcock,
Yes.
Representative Hall,
Yes.
Representative Balboni,
Yes.
Representative Cascadden,
Yes.
Representative Damon,
Yes.
Chairman Ladd,
Yes.
19 yeas, 0 nays.
Any problems with consent, Representative Myler? Thank you. So we are now down to the next bill, which is the Able Savings Account Program. This is SB 377. Representative Dry, you're recognized for a motion.
Yes, I'd like to make a motion of ought to pass.
Is there a second?
Second.
We have a motion made by Representative Dry, OTP, and second by Representative Myler. Representative Dry, do you have any comments?
Yeah, thank you. I believe that this solves some of the problems that they had changing over the plans and taking care of some of the housekeeping things. It sounds like a good thing and that it's deserving of support. Thank you.
Representative Myler?
All said.
Any further discussion from the committee? Madam Clerk?
Vice Chairman Cordelli,
Yes.
Representative Belcher,
Yes.
Representative Dry,
Yes.
Representative McDonald,
Yes.
Representative Bogert,
Yes.
Representative Peternell,
Yes.
Representative Cortiello, yes. Representative Terry,
Yes.
Representative Myler,
Yes.
Representative Cornell,
Yes.
Representative Tanner,
Yes.
Representative Luno,
Yes.
Representative Heath,
Yes.
Representative Woodcock,
Yes.
Representative Hall,
Yes.
Representative Balboni,
Yes.
Representative Cascadden,
Yes.
Representative Damon.
Yes.
Chairman Ladd.
Yes.
19 yeas, 0 nays.
Thank you very much. Rolling on down through here, SB 441. This is a bill advisory group to examine potential funding sources for career technical education, parentheses CTE, construction and renovation. I'm going to pass the gavel off to Representative Cordelli.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This Senate Bill 441, does the chairman have a motion?
Yes, I'd like to make the motion of OTP for SB 441.
Representative Cornell seconds it. Any discussion?
Yes. On 441, we have an amendment, and the amendment is 1447H. I'd like to speak to the amendment.
Is there a second? Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. Jumped the gun there. On this bill, this is again a CTE bill dear to our hearts here. When you look at the bill as introduced, on line 8 of the bill, it says the Commissioner of Education or designee, period, such designee may be the state director for CTE. Well, if you look at the line right above it, it says the state director for CTE. So, you know, it's already been stated, so we deleted that part. The second part, after meeting yesterday with the CTE folks over at Concord High on this advisory group, because we're recognizing there is a need to move forward with understanding how to better support the building, construction, and restructuring, revision of the current CTE programs throughout the state. And this is the area where we're at the end of that loop in terms of funding the capital construction, about ready to start again with the 20-plus CTE centers. And we recognize the program we have in place is outdated, not really meeting the specific needs of program, etc. So this group right here is being put together for the purpose of coming forth with recommendations back to us. It does not involve any committee members or representatives or senators. It's made up of people from the field, and we're looking for them for some pearls of wisdom that can help us in developing a capital construction plan. And so on the other addition to this, on that, you notice on the amendment itself, there's a line 8, and it puts in 2 representatives of business and industry. So we can have folks from the field, from the workforce, also engaged with those folks which are identified on that group. So that is the crux of the amendment and the bill.
Great. Representative Cornell.
Yes, having served on the advisory committee for quite a few years now, the representatives that on it from business and industry are very invested in the success of CTE programs. So I think this would be a great addition to this. And I'm sorry I missed the meeting yesterday, but I couldn't get out of Manchester to drive north on 93.
In the wrong direction, you could go south.
Thank you. Any further discussion from the committee on the amendment? Representative Woodcock.
No.
Okay. On the amendment, anybody? No takers? We can take a vote on that. Madam Clerk.
Vice Chairman Cordelli,
Yes.
Representative Belcher,
Yes.
Representative Dry,
Yes.
Representative McDonald,
Yes.
Representative Bogert,
Yes.
Representative Petronell,
Yes.
Representative Cortiello, yes. Representative Terry,
Yes.
Representative Myler, Representative Cornell,
Yes.
Representative Tanner,
Yes.
Representative Luno,
Yes.
Representative Heath,
Yes.
Representative Woodcock,
Yeah.
Representative Hall,
Yes.
Representative Balboni,
Yes.
Representative Cascadden,
Yes.
Representative Damon,
Yes.
Chairman Ladd,
Yes.
19 yeas, 0 nays.
Further motion. Chairman Ladd?
Yes, I'd like to recommend for SB 441 OTPA with the amendment being 1447H.
Thank you. Representative Cornell, did you want to second that motion? Thank you.
I have no further discussion.
No further discussion? Representative Woodcock.
Thank you, Chairman Cordelli. Representative Lang, just a question on line 12. Is that supposed to be principals?
Shouldn't have come, Steve.
I mean, I was just trying to be clear.
Well, from understanding what he just said, he probably yes.
Because apparently it changed a few years ago, and I missed it. But,
I think a number of us missed it.
so my question to Representative Cordelli was that on line 12, it says that there should be
Right.
3 folks from CTE directors, and we just clarified it will be principals. I don't want to make an amendment, I was just questioning.
Right. Any further questions?
We have this one, do one. Is the chairman going to leave it like that incorrect?
Just, there's a number of ways it can be corrected.
Just a yes or no? Okay.
Rather than having to write something right now, I would just prefer to have the Senate say, okay, we can request a committee of conference to change one word, and we say, yeah, go with it and be done with it.
Thank you.
Seeing none, Madam Clerk, when you're ready.
Vice Chairman Cordelli,
Yes.
Representative Belcher,
Yes.
Representative Dry,
Yes.
Representative McDonald,
Yes.
Representative Bogert,
Yes.
Representative Petronell,
Yes.
Representative Cortiello, yes. Representative Terry,
Yes.
Representative Myler,
Yes.
Representative Cornell,
Yes.
Representative Tanner,
Yes.
Representative Luno,
Yes.
Representative Heath,
Yes.
Representative Woodcock,
Absolutely.
Representative Hall,
Yes.
Representative Balboni,
Yes.
Representative Cascadden,
Yes.
Representative Damon,
Yes.
Chairman Ladd,
Yes.
19 yeas, 0 nays.
Consent?
Consent.
Great.
Thank you very much. So now we're skipping down to SB 443, definition of school transportation vehicle, and I recognize Representative Myler for a motion.
Yes, I would move the OTP.
And I'll second that. Representative Myler?
Yes, this bill we've seen before in other iterations, but I believe that the bill now working with the safety department has matched some of the concerns that we had in the previous bill, and we recommend that we OTP this. Thank you.
And I have nothing further to discuss. That was well said. Any further discussion on this? You ready? Madam Clerk?
Vice Chairman Cordelli,
Yes.
Representative Belcher,
Yes.
Representative Dry,
Yes.
Representative McDonald,
Yes.
Representative Bogert,
Yes.
Representative Petronell,
Yes.
Representative Cortiello, yes. Representative Terry,
Yes.
Representative Myler,
Yes.
Representative Cornell,
Yes.
Representative Tanner,
Yes.
Representative Luno,
Yes.
Representative Heath,
Yes.
Representative Woodcock,
Yes.
Representative Hall,
Yes.
Representative Balboni,
Yes.
Representative Cascadden,
Yes.
Representative Damon,
Yes.
Chairman Ladd,
Yes.
19 yeas, 0 nays.
Okay, consent that be. Next bill is 521. This bill deals with educational credentials for master teacher. I look to Representative Terry for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ought to pass.
Okay. We have a motion made by Representative Terry, OTP, and second by Representative Myler. Representative Terry, would you like to speak to your motion, or is there an amendment?
I'll speak to the motion when it's appropriate, but I understand there's an amendment.
Okay. I will introduce Amendment 1442H. Does everybody have a copy of that?
I'll second the amendment if a second is needed.
Okay, thank you. So this amendment, I'll speak to that. I think this is important that we recognize our outstanding teachers, and I think in the amendment lines 1 through 5 encapsulate what I think it's all about. The State Board of Education shall grant the educational credential of master teacher to those persons who deserve recognition for the extraordinary learning opportunities they provide New Hampshire students and will have fulfilled at least the following requirements. And then there are specific requirements that we have listed down below here. And on line 9, demonstrate a quality teaching of the professional education standards with evidence of student growth and achievement. And going down, looking through the other criteria that are, here, are listed here on lines 13 through 20 in the portfolio, there is an article item there on line 15 I think is really important. And this is oftentimes what I see as a professional master level teacher. And I've been in the business for well over 30 years in the classroom as an elementary principal or administrator. High school expectation for students, ensuring that each child develops and realizes their full academic and social potential. So you want to have high expectations for every kid in that class, regardless of where they're from, what they are, etc. Johnny might be a real, nut job, but you have to have high expectations. And so I think this is extremely important, and the master teacher can do this. And the master teacher also inspires other teachers, and what you see by that is the whole school environment improving. Student performance improves. Pride in the building improves. And that's what we want to see in education. So I appreciate the amendment being, supported and helping strengthen 521. Further discussion? Yes, Representative Woodcock.
Thank you, Chairman. That's the question, and I do support the bill. I was just curious on item line A on the amendment, how are you going to measure excellence? And on line 17, the factor of congeniality, what that has to do with being a master teacher.
How you work with the others around you. You collaborate on the skills and knowledge and performance and development. Congeniality is how you interrelate and personality-wise. Where I found that was from a man called William Bennett. Remember who William Bennett was?
I do,
Secretary
yeah.
of
He came after
Education.
Horace Mann, I think.
1986, underneath Reagan. And this is he wrote a book, That Which Works. And this is one of the areas which he indicated. Many of these things which are already written here
Right.
have been added to, for example, like on line 14, leadership, but also supervision. There's two components there. That came out of that book as well. So this is where this came from.
Okay, thank you.
Further discussion? You ready? Madam Clerk?
Vice Chairman Cordelli,
Yes.
Representative Belcher,
No.
Representative Dry,
Yes.
Representative McDonald,
Yes.
Representative Bogert,
Yes.
Representative Peternell,
Yes.
Representative Quartiello, yes. Representative Terry,
Yes.
Representative Myler,
Yes.
Representative Cornell,
Yes.
Representative Tanner,
Yes.
Representative Luno,
Yes.
Representative Heath,
Yes.
Representative Woodcock,
Yes.
Representative Hall,
Yes.
Representative Balboni,
Yes.
Representative Cascadden,
Yes.
Representative Damon,
Yes.
Chairman Ladd,
Yes.
18 yeas, 1 nay.
Representative Terry, I recognize you for a motion.
Looking through the substance of the bill, but refresh my memory. When we were talking about master teacher, it was mentioned that there were no master teachers in the state of New Hampshire.
You got to can you come up with a motion first, please?
And a button too.
I didn't already move this? No, I'm moving it as a OTPA.
I'll second that.
All right.
And you have the floor.
Okay, thank you. I believe when we discussed this bill, it was acknowledged that we don't have any master teachers in the state of New Hampshire, not for the lack of qualified individuals for the position, but it was put forth, I think rather reasonably, that there is a substantial and perhaps prohibitive financial hurdle that persons have to jump in order to be able to qualify for the master teacher certification. So what this bill does is it substantially lowers that, and so it makes it non-prohibitive now for individuals to seek to pursue this from a financial standpoint. Second, we want to have teachers who are excellent in their field be encouraged to pursue this recognition. And I think most importantly, Mr. Chairman, what this does is that this provides a very real incentive for teachers and therefore the beneficiaries being students to see excellence improve in the particular areas in which the individual would be certified as a master teacher. This is, I think, a win-win all the way around.
Thank you very much, and that was well said. I have nothing further to say on that. Further discussion from the committee? Not seeing any hands, Madam Clerk?
Vice Chairman Cordelli,
Yes.
Representative Belcher,
No.
Representative Dry,
Yes.
Representative McDonald,
Yes.
Representative Bogert,
Yes.
Representative Petronel,
Yes.
Representative Portiello, yes. Representative Terry.
Yes.
Representative Myler,
Yes.
Representative Cornell,
Yes.
Representative Tanner,
Yes.
Representative Luno,
Yes.
Representative Heath,
Yes.
Representative Woodcock,
Yes.
Representative Hall,
Yes.
Representative Balboni,
Yes.
Representative Cascadden,
Yes.
Representative Damon,
Yes.
Chairman Ladd,
Yes.
18 yeas, 1 nay.
Okay, hearing consent, okay, thank you. All righty, okay, thank you. The last bill we have today is Senate Bill 528. This is a bill relative to the trustees of the university system. I will pass the gavel off to Representative Cordelli.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I call on the chairman for a motion.
Yes, I'd like to recommend OTP.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Representative Myler. Discussion.
Yes, thank you very much. And I'd like to offer Amendment 1425H.
Is there a second to the amendment?
Sure.
Thank you. Discussion, Chairman Ladd.
Yes, as a trustee with the university system right now, I'm very familiar with what's going on internally. In fact, we're meeting on Friday to interview our new and determine who will be our new president for UNH. However, we also have a board, a group of trustees, which has students from the various campuses as participants. As you recall, when this was introduced by Senator Gray, he was recommending that there be 2 student representatives on the trustees. We have 3 campuses. We used to have 4. And when Granite State was merged into UNH, that system, with Manchester and Law and the main campus, we ended up with 3 campuses, Keene, Plymouth, and UNH. But we only have 2 slots available. The trustees themselves voted overwhelmingly to have 3 slots, so that for that period of the 3 years, you're going to have a representative from each of the campuses. We also have an alumnus or alumni slot for Granite State College. And that person's on right now as a very active participant. And so the way this bill is written, that particular slot will cease June 30, 2025, at the end of her term on the trustees. So what this does, it instead of putting 2 there, it ups it to 3. I will say that the student trustees are very, very well engaged. I'm going to be meeting with a group in May up at Plymouth State. They're active. They're watching what we do. They're watching what the state does in terms of education. And they're very, very involved with even what's going on right now with the report that came out from the governor's task force, where we're going in terms of alignment and strategies to make our system more efficient, but still continue to be the great system that it is. So I would urge us to consider 1425 in the positive. It would allow these 3 positions, so each campus will have their own Senate or trustee representative. Thank you very much.
Oh,
Well said by the chair.
great. Thank you. Any further comment on the amendment by the committee? Seeing nothing? Oh, I'm sorry, Representative Woodcock.
Chairman,
I should have known.
I understand during the testimony, they talked about the position of the alumni, and I see that in the amendment, you moved it to 2025, that would align with that person's getting done. I wonder why, if it's such a valuable position, we take it out. Why, if the alumni position of the institution is important, and obviously it is, we're extending the date, why would we take that person off the board? Not that person, but that position off the board.
It's
the
a
board.
recommendation of the trustees, the total group. It's also the campus no longer exists. It's now DOE. And I understand there are alumni, but they also now are part of the same group that's going to be recognized with UNH. So the alumni of Granite State will now be included within the alumni of UNH, which has representation.
Thank you.
Further questions or comments? Seeing none? Madam Clerk?
Vice Chairman Cordelli,
Yes.
Representative Belcher,
No.
Representative Dry,
Yes.
Representative McDonald,
Yes.
Representative Bogert,
Yes.
Representative Petronell,
Yes.
Representative Cortiello, yes. Representative Terry,
Yes.
Representative Myler, Representative Cornell,
Yes.
Representative Tanner,
Yes.
Representative Luno, Representative Heath,
Yes.
Representative Woodcock,
Yes.
Representative Hall,
Yes.
Representative Balboni,
Yes.
Representative Cascadden,
Yes.
Representative Damon,
Yes.
Chairman Ladd.
Yes.
18 yeas, 1 nay.
Thank you. Further motion, Mr. Chair?
Yes, I'd like to recommend OTPA, amendment being 1425 to SB 528.
Second? Second by Representative Myler. Discussion on the OTPA.
I have no further discussion.
Okay. Anyone else? Seeing none. Madam Clerk, final roll call for the day?
Vice Chairman Cordelli,
Yes.
Representative Belcher,
No.
Representative Dry,
Yes.
Representative McDonald,
Yes.
Representative Bogert,
Yes.
Representative Petronell,
Yes.
Representative Cortiello, yes. Representative Terry,
Yes.
Representative Myler,
Yes.
Representative Cornell, Representative Tanner,
Yes.
Representative Luna,
Yes.
Representative Heath,
Yes.
Representative Woodcock,
Yes.
Representative Hall,
Yes.
Representative Balboni,
Yes.
Representative Cascadden,
Yes.
Representative Damon,
Yes.
Chairman Ladd,
Yes.
18 yeas, 1 nay.
Consent? Okay, we'll put that one on. That's on consent. Well, that takes us down through the bills for today. We got through that quickly. I appreciate that. Before everybody leaves, we are meeting tomorrow, and you did receive a side-by-side on one of those bills. That's SB 378. That's a bill relative to the Performance-Based School Accountability System Task Force. Take a look at it, and so we can come in knowing what it's all about. I think the side-by-side, if you read it carefully, does present some questions. So that we need to focus and deal with. So with that, are there any other issues before us? Not seeing, we're adjourned. Thank you.
Wow, they're gonna be surprised at work. I cannot be here tomorrow. I had already told Glenn I needed a replacement, but I can't be here in the morning either for the
Okay.
thing.
Okay.
Try and watch.
For the thing, what's
The thing, I don't even know.
I gotta look at my calendar, the thing here. Okay, committee work session 378, that's what I mentioned,
You know the thing.
the thing. Gotcha.
I gotta
Okay.
catch up on all the paperwork here. We're flying through it so quickly. I didn't have a chance to get all the amendments and
Yeah,
everything.
yeah.
So I need.
Yeah,
I need
yeah,
a moment
yeah,
to
and
kind of
everything's
deal here.
successful.
And we didn't really miss Alicia, so that's good. Okay,
Yeah,
nothing
that's
very
great. Everything
controversial.
goes on consent, we don't have to